Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Welcome in tonight. Hello, hello. Hello, Sealy Silverwolf. How are you? I am doing alright. It's been a while since I've seen you. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. We are back in Great Ace Attorney Chronicles tonight. We are continuing where we left off. On episode 3, we're going right back into the trial. This is the second trial phase, I think. I think the second one, right? Something like that.
Yes.
We did some investigation, now we're going back to the trial, so let's go ahead and jump back in.
What? From you saying Gambate?
Hmm?
You remember when we were coming up with, or either coming up with or finding Japanese/English phrase combinations?
Yeah, Japanglish
I took
stuff.
a minute.
Yeah.
And my brain thought of you Gambate this.
You Gambate this. You Gambate this, so.
Combination of Gambate and you got this.
Yes, indeed. Did I not open? Oh, no, I'm saving it. That's what I'm doing. Oh, it's just.
You do it every time.
I do it. I'm sorry, okay? No, maybe we're not going to the trial. Maybe we're on the verge of a trial. I thought we were to be continued.
We just earned the right to go look, but no. We took the best spot we could.
Right, that's true. That is true.
We paid him the 5 shillings or whatever to look behind the curtain and find out that the totally mysterious killer behind the curtain.
Gotcha, okay.
I have a feeling I know who it is, but...
Let's look then now. I'm a liar, I said we're going to trial. Not quite yet.
5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right, somehow, that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money in his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah! We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. A weird tangent.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well on that list, I think.
Yeah.
23rd October. Madam Testspells. Special exhibit. 8 months of concussion. Oh, hi Asfar. Thanks for the concussion. Thanks for the resub. Oh.
Oh, of course the head would be missing.
Yeah. Oh, dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Looking good, Michi, thank you. I found a really cute model and decided, you know what? It looks too much like me. We have to get it.
Miss Susato. I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. By a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now that I'm looking a little more closely... paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
I think they're getting ahead of themselves with this exhibit.
Wait.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susuto-san's voice tremble?
Both.
Why not both?
Well, let's look at our headless guy here. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the professor.
Yes, I think so, according to what Madame Tuspel said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. Oh. Wait, no, we already knew that the professor killed Edmund. I'm connecting the dots that they've already connected for me.
Oh my gosh!
Ace Attorney!
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? Only it had a head, that is. Be a zombie.
Ooh.
Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Enhance. Enhance. Just stare down the neck hole and see if you can find anything.
Hey, Ryunosuke, or Naruhodo-san. How about you investigate? Stick your finger in there.
Really, I do just keep zooming in on it, huh?
Hey,
So this is the condemned man.
he said enhance.
I stole your line. Oh.
It's okay.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Like Scoob.
Mhm.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato?
It's a possibility, okay? I'm only highlighting it.
Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
No, doesn't the professor's spine just an entire steel column?
What if that's his face?
What if that's his face? He was the professor, so maybe he experimented on himself too much. Who knows?
Yeah.
Then perhaps Mr. Shulms absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it?
There's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum?
That would be an extremely absent-minded thief. There been some reason why only the head wasn't returned?
They didn't want us to know what the face looked like!
Well, whatever the reason. It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece, too.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder?
I don't know. I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength.
Why?
Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area? Such as in a building, for example.
Donde está? Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? Haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too.
Nah. You don't mean...
Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket?
Makes you think, doesn't it?
The piece of broken glass has been entered into the court record.
Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence?
Hide any more secrets? Nope. That suspicious owl in the background. Who are you? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail.
Oh my god. Oh, I hate these controls. We're not gonna see his- oh, are you kidding me? We can't see his face. Barely see his face. Oh, is this our friend? We were hiding his face. I think it's that friend. He has an eye patch. Okay, let me... Oh. Let me figure out how to get back around again.
What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera.
A camera? But it's so small.
Oh, oh, Runescape.
British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, look at Mr. Sholmes' skin prints.
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rules. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
I wonder. Perhaps he's trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. The camera has been entered into the court record. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see that a picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. Also in a rush, what'd you miss? Not much. We started poking the gravesite. Thanks for the celebrate, Chai.
You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you?
What else can we look at? Oh, there's his little plus sign. Little plus button. Ooh. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Dozen things. It's Susato.
Yes?
That's a spade, isn't it?
Don't play these games with me, Naruhodo-san. No, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels.
Don't bring trowels into this conversation. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
So we're going to bury the hatchet?
We're going to bury the spade.
You're right, though. What's the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question.
Oh my god. Brown.
That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying.
Grandma, your eyes are so big.
Where's the lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese cochin paper lantern, actually, is it?
Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it.
Not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest.
Good thing Cosmo-sama's not dead. Can we look at your face? Here we go.
Can't see his face very well. Can you? Perhaps if I just
Are you putting a
pan
gig?
up a little bit.
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'll put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry.
Gonna pop the head off.
Ah,
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle.
Mr. Naruhodo! Is it possible that this man is...
Yes. Is he not Trevor?
The color of his hair is different, but...
It's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Aha! We get it right.
Dead. For 5
Mr.
shillings.
Sholmes. Yep. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right.
You charged us for this information, Sholmes.
Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it.
2D model so cute. I don't know if I've ever seen it before. Because you haven't tonight. Oh my god, the tracking died again. I swear.
You took the nap.
What timing? You've never seen it before. Tonight is the first night that I'm using it. I found this model as a pay-to-use model, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that looks just like Michi. So I got it. Oh dear. Temperature, your iPhone needs to cool down before you can use it. That's great. Trying to think. You know, I could probably like put an ice pack up against it. That'll help. It's perfect. I figured it was a pre-existing. No, I was spooked. I was spooked. I found this from a like third-party seller that I've never spoken to in my life. And it looked almost exactly like Michi. And I'm like, oh gosh, this is great. I'm gonna grab an ice pack real quick. I'll be right back.
Gotta be careful with ice packs and hot equipment.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, hopefully the ice pack helps it. It's got a phone case between it though, so fingers crossed. Hopefully it doesn't hurt it. Ice pack, hot computer, dream couple. This too is Yuri. What? What's Yuri?
Ice pack and hot computer.
Okay, I didn't realize that was Yuri.
Now you know.
Now I know. I've been informed, I guess. Oh, it was something using the binary code for 210, her name, but the best I came up with Michio, indeed. But yeah, I found this model just browsing because I every few days I'll go browse on Booth to see if there's like any cute assets that I might want to save and eventually get or whatever, right? And I saw this one, I was like, oh, this is perfect. This is so cute. It's perfect. I need it. Hair color, the eye color. So many things were so good. It's such a good look. I'm so glad you found. Thank you! It was such good luck. And I think I only paid like, it was less than 30 US dollars. So even better.
Sometimes when you find pre-made models like that, depending on how complex the coloring is, there are ways to change the colors on them too.
Yes. The model itself has like a folder because I've already done a little editing on it. Just like I changed the name tag and then I changed a little bit on the face. So I was able to do that. But I don't think I can adjust the parameters of the model in itself though. Like the, what's the word? Like I can't, without erasing it off the art sheet, like I can't get rid of the earrings or take off the hairpins. I don't think I have presets like that. And I can't go in and edit that stuff, so. But I just realized the mouth don't move yet. The mouth does move. It's just very picky how it wants to move sometimes. I don't know why. It doesn't want to track my mouth half the time, but it's fine. It's fine. We're figuring out as we go here, okay? We're figuring out as we go. It only seems to want to know. It only seems to want to open whenever I like like this. I've got my mouth entirely open when I do that. Like it barely opens. My mouth does not want to open. I like telepathically speak to you all. Okay. No more shorting out on me, phone. You got this.
What a surprise. So, then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved, with my words, I believe.
I don't know if that helps us too much, though.
I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations.
With our money. Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susto. Do go on.
And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This... surely couldn't ever really happen. Ever really have happened, could it?
The thing is time I educate you a little.
Gotta get our full 5 shillings worth.
About necromancers.
About what?
About necromancers.
Oh dear.
About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago.
A resurrecting convict.
I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats stripped from their bodies.
The Hound of the Baskervilles! Oh gosh. An enormous hound? How awful.
Taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? Does it mean the professor's identity...
It's never revealed! Gosh darn it!
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair.
Oh.
The very night that he was buried, a convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. This is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, a convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to the unimaginable scene was this young man, as I just said. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
He's gotta give a recap in case you end the stream for the night in between conversation points.
Better if you do them in a different order.
It's so horrifying.
Gathering of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. I thought that just getting to the age of 30 is what they did to him, but...
heavy early graying.
Yeah. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. I always feel like I'm not pronouncing the right number of S's with her name.
Same. Anytime I say it, I'm just like... Tuspels. Pronounce each individual S as an individual S. Spells. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard, in the middle of the night.
Yes. What was he up to? Professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. People found new things on Twitter talking about. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous fable tale. But did anybody investigate it?
No, why would they? They're just now maybe considering fingerprints as evidence. Why why would they go look into a ghost story? But
Check the grave at least.
it's true. Maybe there was a cover-up though. Who knows?
Probably.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? Ah yes, if I would have simply waited a minute and a half, I could have gotten my answer. The police did indeed investigate the grave in the Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. Convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. Which means there's something else going on. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. That's striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. Trevor's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock. It's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie.
What the bleeding Norodo? What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina! Not so loud in the museum.
But I suppose we'll have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think that might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that Dodger Cove's workshop.
Good job, Missile. I mean, Toby.
Toby.
What? You found Trevor's workshop?
Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading out there now on a drag. So come on! Here's the address. I got the boss to write down. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then. See you there.
Oh no, he's dead. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still.
I got interrupted into my monologue. I don't have my grandiose show of showing my knowledge to impress the two of you. You must go. Just
He
leave.
can't impress his boyfriend.
Just go, leave me be here as I sulk and wither away in pity.
What? I know my place. The exhibit over there.
Dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself.
He's a lot harder to voice when he gets like this. Like, I don't do high energy with him, but like low energy
Yeah.
is difficult. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Yeah, he is. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I have to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and Paris's dinner plate. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. You haven't been working in 6 months. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. The most expensive one I can find.
Mr. Schultz.
No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then.
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mrs. Stowe. Right, let's go.
October. Enoch Driver's Workshop.
That looks like...
Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Sure. Here, sir. They're only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so what got you here? So you got here then? Gina! Well done finding this place. And in such little time. You've really worked miracles.
Took her a whole week. What are you talking about?
We're the slow ones, so we can't blame June on this one. It's Toby who's the miracle worker. Toby. I'm kind of like a little sentimental because it doesn't look exactly, but we used to have a. I think he was some sort of Bichon mix, and his name was Toby. He was just about that size too. Wasn't black, he was mostly white with like gray spots, but just like Toby. And Toby!
Sir?
Your eyes are... You squirt...
Oh, I thought you lost it before long.
Maybe he got malt vinegar in his eyes.
Maybe. Hello, Inspector. That's one little brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. I didn't find a soul in here. No ghosts. Got it. Good. But what about the engineer?
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. Wonder what Gina tells me. We only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I don't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around here, I'd get cracking. Well, Van Zykes and the forensic investigation team are on their way as we speak.
Yeah, we gotta hurry up before our other boyfriends show up.
Them again. Imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to the lawyer types. Right.
Means I look at here and use my weaknesses to hide. Was it onions and heights against me?
He's gonna put you up on his shoulders. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. I do, Jones. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very true, Gregson, very true. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model.
Sure.
Inconspicuous.
Yep.
Right then. Let's see what we can find in here.
Caught my eye first. A trophy.
Oh, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure.
Back massager.
I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah, so no back massage? Would you like a massage? No. No, fine, thank you.
Not here, Sholmes. Wait till we're back to the flat.
I can rub you down with some imported French oils. I had no idea of such a random thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear. Quit hitting on Mr. Naruto when we're in public, Mr. Sholmes. There's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. How about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? Real tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he?
It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy has been entered into the court record. Many things we can look at. I hope there's nothing right behind us. You know, I think there is actually. Gosh.
This is a very important clue because the music's not. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts, these. Just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. All goes to show that Trevor's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam.
The details of the crossbow have been updated in the court record. You've gotten one answer wrong, unlike my 26 incorrect answers. Catch up, Mr. Naruto. We'll try one day, Sholmes. We'll try one day.
This door doesn't want to open.
Have you tried turning the doorknob, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. The specialist shows up and just pulls it. Everyone else has been pushing it this
Pushing
entire
it.
time. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. You got a lot of faces in this one, Tobias. Jackson looks as though he really enjoyed that.
One of the few expressions of, like, enjoyment we've seen on Gregson's face. Well,
Like actual enjoyment, not the forced, like,
yeah.
"Oh, how's it going, my lady?"
Lady, would you like a cup of tea? Well, there's no sound of anyone on the other side.
No, Gibber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Or he's dead in there.
Never know.
I swear to fucking god, if he's dead in there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Suspension of Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government.
So I just noticed something while looking at Sholmes.
What?
I want you to look at the vials on his hip. And then I want you to look at my reaction.
Yeah, indeed. Similar, but not quite.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. Quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think there's just these two in Susto.
Oh,
Something wrong, Miss Susto?
well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it, no. What do you reckon, Toby? Great input.
Right. Mind the grease.
Oh, you know what? Before we find out what's mysteriously thumping on the door, we're hitting the top of our stream hour, so it's time for us to take our early ad break. So hang tight here real quick. We will be right back to investigate what lies beyond the door. Alrighty. Let's go find out what's behind the door. Thanks for the celebrate, so.
Thud, thud, thud.
That's what the thuds are. Tits are hitting the door from the other side.
Whoever's in there, open up. It's Scotland Yard.
Thanks for the celebrate too, as far. Oh, thanks for the celebrate too, Chai. No, maybe it's a dog.
Or a horse.
Oh, do I have to say a horse that squeak? Why? Someone is in there!
Or was. It's rotten, bleeding lock.
You should have let Schultz at it when he said he would do it.
My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. Don't the cabinets. I put unlock my door in less than a minute. Gregson, stop jamming that in your pocket. It makes me uncomfortable. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blast. You may enter as well.
It's like you had the key or something, Schultz. That was way too quick.
You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. I simply pulled. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? A vote, I suppose, is an emergency.
Off we go.
There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Quick time events and an ace attorney.
Oh god, no, please. Oh no. Oh no.
What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
That's not the thing you should be worried about right now, Yunosuke. Rots. There ain't no one near after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Maybe there's the sound of rubber running away.
There's only one door in this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Skylights are too high.
Curiously, I see some footprints up there, though.
Yeah. What's that up there? The footprints on the ceiling?
Greg,
Sir,
Greg,
tell me. What have we here then? I didn't even have to heard that one.
Oh my god.
Like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, gosh, Gregson. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
So what? That Professor Harebrain's bombing machine, is it? If we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. His friend was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that?
You can climb a rope.
No. Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly. And before the forensic investigation team arrives, too. Well, let's address the elephant in the room.
Mr. Schultz, have you found something?
Please don't touch it.
Oh, Mr. Naruto, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this catch?
No catch.
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It's like a bundle of thick scars. Miss Susto, what's the matter?
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What did you say?
Time bomb?
Sorry, but... What is a time bomb, exactly?
It's a bomb that goes off and throws you back into the past. Or the future.
Eh? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't think that is a compliment.
You don't know nothing, do you, Hodo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. This particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh. Well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see. So that's it.
Goodness! Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
It's a nesting doll with a smaller time bomb inside. This one's real. There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I've learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susto. He's like evil Dr. Layton. Or Professor Layton.
Yeah. He's like Professor Layton if Professor Layton was, like, egotistical.
Luke, you idiot! How could you not solve that puzzle faster? Oh my fucking god, you're so dumb!
I'm sorry, Professor.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, that the inventive nature of the furniture in this room is the way of the Weber himself.
Wow, I would never guess. Oh, but how could you?
And the second conclusion, as we always need to, that small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine.
Oh dear.
I thought you just said that it was.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. We have the time, though.
It would be a pleasure. Well, the thing is, his deductions are wrong, so we're perfectly safe.
That's true.
Make that 28 incorrect assumptions. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
You know how, what's his name? Strongheart? Strongheart had, like, 278 points or something like that. And like 13 examples or something. I forgot what all it was. Sholmes is aiming for those numbers of I guess, for lack of a better word, accolade. But instead of it being points and examples to prove his points, it's just the times that he's fucked up his deductions.
All I can think of is, I think it's an Edison quote, where he's like, I didn't find how to invent a light bulb. I found 100 ways not to invent a light bulb.
Yeah, it's like 99 ways how not to invent a light bulb, or not to make a light bulb, something like that.
Also, for the folks playing along at home, I think it was actually one of his assistants that figured out the light bulb, not him. Edison is, if you're in a circle of knowing, a fucking thief. He stole a lot of his ideas. I did read this though.
You did? Okay. Blanking out.
Oh my god. Well, and Grayson seems to like the idea anyway. All I can think is the toddler being like, no, I don't wanna.
I don't want to hear your deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Nibbles angrily on fish and chips.
Hmm?
Nibbles angrily on fish and chips.
There you go. Gregson experiencing the horse.
Yeah.
Gregson knew what he signed up for.
He didn't have a choice.
True. But he knew what he was asking whenever he's like, Sholmes, open the damn door. He'd come to terms with Sholmes and his bullshit and taking the fall for whatever Sholmes did at that moment. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly just stand there, Miss Susato.
I don't know how I feel about this dedication, since I know it's going to be lies because you always get it wrong. But okay. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
The game's afoot. She's so excited. She's like, yes, I get to see this up close.
Also, she hasn't seen this in
over 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah. She was missing the last time we did it. Plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. Excellent deduction. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling. And before falling straight down onto the floor.
Yep, because that's how that happened. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here.
Also, what a great angle!
Is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the air. And the gravity in this room is reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The invented furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I, too, was incredulous at first. Me, Shawns, who instantly knew that teleportation was impossible. But anti-grav, oh, that's where
Well,
it's at.
indeed.
However, my conviction, my analysis, was cemented when I observed this.
Of course. Oh my god.
An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that what? An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that featured in the Dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
Nice relevant question indeed. It is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. That is clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. The commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber,
I don't think so.
before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion some time later by the timer device. I witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
Hmm.
Source, it came to me in a dream.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Now, let's consider the next kind of. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Sure. Yes. How is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Trevor's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, except in the skylight, that is.
Ah.
By converting the gravity in the air, Trevor was able to fall conveniently with ceiling. Makes his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end of the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Plains our brother was able to escape this room for our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. Personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
You know, one has to wonder if Sholmes truly believes this, or if he literally just says the most ridiculous thing as confidently as possible because he wants Ryunosuke to correct him.
That's his kink. I do question the whole furniture thing being upside down because it implies that normally the furniture is on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that's the standard, so he just always has the gravity reverse in here and goes to bed that way.
It helps the blood circulation. Gravity defying in this one room helps me sleep better.
I mean, when the sun rises, it would shine in like toward the floor, so you would
True.
avoid that, I guess. But I feel like investigating in blinds or something might be cheaper
Nah.
than an anti-grav device.
He's a scientific con man who think he's just gonna get blinds. Obviously he's gonna make an anti-gravity device.
Oh yes, clearly the obvious solution.
The obvious solution.
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction. This topsy-turvy puzzle.
You know, I don't know if Gregson's seen one of these yet, has he?
Oh, yeah. He's completely spellbound.
This deduction was dedicated to me.
Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. Only one.
Just one.
I expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's more than just one thing, but yeah.
The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
See, he knew he was spouting bullshit.
But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, you've eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains must be the truth. It's so fucking weird that you're the one that says it. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I could see it perhaps living another 8 or 9 decades, even.
Yeah.
I'd Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sudo lent me once.
I'm sorry, what, Chai?
The hair wiggler?
What is that?
You want to do what to his pear? I don't even know what that means.
Oh my god. Just because you say it in caps lock doesn't make it any more descriptive. It's a box of pears that wiggles. What? A box of pears that wiggles.
Like, I know I'm tired, but
I can't say I've ever experienced a pear wiggler, nor any type of box that has pears and wiggles.
is that like a paint shaker, but for your pears?
Your pears.
It's a good way to just get pear sauce really quick.
Yeah, that probably would be bad.
they're gonna get a little bruised.
I just blend them up. You get, high enough velocity where they're being wiggled just enough. They'll go past the bruising stage and straight to the puree stage.
A velocity pear wiggler.
Picture the pear wiggler. I don't know what a pear wiggler is. Oh goodness. You did
Weird
read
thing
this.
is, yeah, I have. Weird thing is with things like saying baby girl. In a weird way, I understood what that meant.
Yeah.
Hair wiggler, a little beyond me.
Yeah. I don't. I can't grasp that either.
I have to be honest, Chai, this is not helping me understand. I sent it to you. It's just
it's just a
it's
simulation.
showing the damage to pears being shaken in a box. Explodos.
I didn't realize that this particular thing was the pear wiggler, not just a pear wiggler, the pear wiggler. Now I've experienced the pear wiggler. So you want to gently jostle and bruise Sholmes?
Is this like the progression of Blunder? Like how Chai and Arya want to throw Akechi in a blender? Do we throw Sholmes in the pear wiggler?
I don't know. Depending on how long he stays in there, I feel like that would be really painful. It's like that one video where it's like, I forgot what it was called, but it was like guy who follows you and kills you with a spoon or something like that. And it's just the guy, he just lightly starts like smack, smack, smack with the spoon. And he just follows around this guy for his entire life, smacking him with the spoon. Oh, it was something like a slow but agonizing death by spoon. Something like that. Yeah, I don't want to blend him. He doesn't deserve it, but he does deserve the pear wiggler. Oh my gosh. I don't know if he deserves a pear wiggler either. I don't want to bruise him up.
So does Arya know about pear wigglers?
Or is this just a Chai thing? We have to know. I'm gonna message Ari right now. Do you know about a pear wiggler?
No, I don't. Because if Arya doesn't know, and I just drop that in the middle of a 14 stream, then she can finally be the one on the back foot.
There you go. I won't say anything.
Like, ah yes, Rahatia. Drop him in the pear wiggler, and she's like,
What?
What?
It's a famous Tumblr meme, so I guess it depends on how much she's Tumblr. She's Tumblr quite a bit though. So she probably
does.
I think she said so too.
I say used to. I think up until like recently, she has still been RPing there.
Yeah, I think if I recall, I think she took a long hiatus and decided, you know what, I'm gonna rekindle my Tumblr.
She was gallivanting as Paimon like less than a year ago.
That's true.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that my sister told me once.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Give him the wiggler. That smells broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. Many coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
That's my thought. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find two ropes. That's sure. Yeah, okay.
Bullshit, Mr. Sholmes. If it could carry his weight to drop him down to the ceiling, I don't think it's going to unravel as soon as gravity reverts.
What if it was a gravity-sensitive knot?
Oh my god. Gravity sensitive. I'm sorry.
See, it had tension when the room's gravity was reversed, but when it went back to normal, the rope slackened, causing the knot to untie.
Yeah, I definitely something I could see, not only in general, but in this day and age. Oh my god.
I'm being unduly influenced by
You are. It is. Thank you for also commenting on it. So if I think your yes-anding Sholmes a little too much.
I had a friend tell me earlier that I need to get into role playing more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to emulate characters. You see.
There you go. You're practicing.
Whether
Then,
I
you know what?
want to or not.
You know, there you go. I'm not going to stop you then. Get into character. Emulate him as much as you need to.
I have to prepare for Dawn Trail.
Hmm?
I have to prepare for the new expansion for Final Fantasy.
There you go.
And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope.
On the floor. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. Well, we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away.
I think he's already long gone, Mr. Naruhodo. We had the whole Act 1 of the Logic and Deduction Extravaganza? I can't remember what it's called. So he's out of here.
What if, like, when we heard the thumping and creaking and door closing, we sent, like, Tobias around the building to go see if he could find him, rather than going into the room that he escaped from?
That would have been smart. But are we smart? Not really.
You're ready, then. Let us resume. Let us resume.
I'm not
Sherlock
applying
Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Tune in next time when Sholmes runs a job fair.
He hires people not based off the resume, but how well they interact with him as his like partner for his logic and reasoning deduction. Nope, you don't fit. Nope, you don't.
It's a practical interview.
Yeah, it is. It is a practical interview. Okay, let's...
How good are you at clinging to a wall and perhaps at the same time
Screaming
as if you were a cicada?
I'm sorry, what? Don't ask him
You're
what.
close, just a little louder, a little higher pitch, and you're there.
Just imagine he's doing these interviews in the flat, and there's some guy that's just clinging to the coat hanger, going, ee, ee. And he just comes down and is like, "I'm going back to bed." I am going back upstairs and I'm not coming down. I'm obviously dreaming.
Right, going back into hiding for another 6 months. Anyway.
Yep. Did you get to Spartacus? Nope. I just couldn't bear to leave the house. I ran into something.
I think I lost my mind. I have no place in court anymore.
I witnessed something only a dream and or a man who's lost his mind would see. Normal.
Time bomb, but it was reversing gravity. It was weird.
Yeah, strange things. Normal day in the Shelms household, unfortunately. Let's see. I, I, I ran across. I watched it the other night. I ran across these videos of this guy. It looks like he does a regular playthrough of Ace Attorney with his friends too. I think one of them's a lawyer too. But I guess someone in his community made like Ace Attorney but run through Google Translate 100 times or something.
Oh.
And so it's the funniest fucking shit. I'm trying to think. I think the translation for Gumshoe ended up coming out as Gumso the Dick. I'm like, oh my god. But just like some of the... It's just so off the wall and like inappropriate in the moment that it makes it super funny. And you're like, ah, yes. No normal person would write this. Definitely ran through the translator at least 100 times. To think gravity could have reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Shelms could conceive only Mr. Shelms could conceive of such an explanation. I can't say that line, oh my god.
I feel like Hairbrain might be able to get there too. But
That's true.
the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Susudo.
It's much more merciful because I would have just done a Suicida takedown if I was feeling merciless. When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what gravity in this room was or wasn't doing.
Sorry, I need to minimize Discord. I keep seeing the wiggling box of pears. It keeps distracting me. I gotta put it down. What your race law? A Shelmsian gravity theory? The safe? Safe is upright.
Ah, look, Miss Susuto. But everything seems to be upside down in here.
Well, it is bolted.
Yeah. The safe is conspicuously the right way up.
Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Eee. Ah, it's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there.
I certainly didn't say that.
Flower vase there.
It is a flower vase.
Well, well, I was expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. And also, there's a vase of plants over there. Terrible pickup line. Calling somebody a bunch of flowers.
I had to pause there. I was like, what? Like, is there another potted plant in here?
Nah, it's terrible Susuto pickup line.
Yes, I got it. Look at that!
I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment. But the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say?
I think that's only you, Mr. Naruhodo. To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, Something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. Ah,
Yeah. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. On my word, Mr. Noraheda, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head.
trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. Oh, that's not my line.
They did it to you too.
They did it to me too.
No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase standing keenly to attention.
Why are we why are we describing the vase consistently as slender?
And unlike the large safe, there's nothing fixing it to the floor. We tried to pick it up. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
The show must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions.
Oh gosh.
Apparently didn't like talking about genders.
It did not. Slender Man and Slender Vase. Oh my gosh, Vase has come up against Soph!
What?
I said Vase has come up again. In the beginning of the stream, my dad came in and was asking me about a vase.
Oh! I was trying to think of another point in one of the games that we played where vases came
No,
up.
just
I'm like,
today specifically.
It's all part of his clever plan.
Man.
Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Right, and naturally there is an explanation. Anti-gravity.
Oh, don't start that again.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. It was a bunch of Susato takedowns on furniture.
I promise I wasn't in here. It couldn't have been a Susato takedown. Maybe a Drebber takedown, but not a Susato.
So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself.
I don't look at this.
Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair.
Oh yes. Safe. 432-582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
Kinda. As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely.
No, this is just his safe word. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes.
To be fair, an engineer would definitely use a string of numbers as a safe word.
Yeah.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
I wonder why it's written here, though. Can't go over there.
Oh yes, the coal-burning heater is clearly the reason why.
Yup. That's the reason. The anti-gravity device. There. Nope.
Well, I wouldn't do it. I am curious as what happens if you just present the same thing that Sholmes had.
Sholmes just like, ah, my good man, you understand.
We are kindred spirits, you and I.
I knew there was a reason why I let you continue this tango of knowledge with me.
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, I believe, Mr. Norohodo. Bet you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Being flipped over.
Yes, last year. I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Norohodo? I turned over all my furniture. The day the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. The people are forgetful souls at heart, and I always forget where they've noted things down. I should have noted down which book it was in another book.
What if you always note things in the same place?
I actually won the second prize, you know? But I couldn't remember which magazine I had slipped the ticket into, so thank you, Mr. Naruto. I believe I've proven my point now. His fucking face. It is that a very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring the access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. You remember that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Trevor overturned all furniture in here. In a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Wow, we did it. Not because
We
gravity
did it.
reversed.
We did it. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes. How is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
Vishnu's answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam.
Don't say anti-gravity again.
The reason there are footprints in the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
Can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, it was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Didn't have halcyon on my bingo card.
Oh. I wonder what this is.
It's a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
Green gas balloon. Why does it seem to ring a bell with me?
If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look.
Oh yes. Surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though, what it tells us, I'm not sure.
Oh. I didn't see the shoe.
Hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look.
Oh, yes! And there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging by the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Somebody that knows Mr. Sholmes' weakness for anti-gravity delusions? Oh dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid. There's a balloon in the shoe, yeah? Balloon.
I'd say the shoe is the answer.
Yeah. Just in case. Never mind. No, gosh dang it.
No, Mr. Naruto, it's a little easier to believe the second time we look at it. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all. The balloon.
But for what purpose?
Green balloon. Seems somewhat familiar data. Ah.
Pick Sholmes up and he's just like, oh my, the way you reverse gravity. Like, reach under his arms and heave-ho him off the ground, pick him up. It was a piece of a green balloons envelope that Mr. Naruto and Ayers found at the scene.
Inside the green balloon that Mr. Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. Was the second bird cage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
I assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day. There's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it.
Pop it!
Something our absconder is desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach.
Get on Sholmes' shoulders, Rinosuke. Grab the balloon.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Trevor intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sealing it with the shoe. The man in a workshop has zero tools whatsoever in order to pop a balloon.
No, he doesn't have Andrew.
I feel like Trevor never would have had Andrew. If Hairbrain doesn't do the practical side, then why does he have a screwdriver?
I don't know. Maybe he just likes them. He wants to feel like I'm helping!
Like a kid with a fucking play, whatever company.
Got like a playset.
Get the plastic screwdrivers.
Yeah. I don't know why else you would have such a fancy screwdriver that would not ergonomically feel very good in your hand, so...
No.
The only way is because he wants to have a friend. You know, maybe... You know, obviously, Andrew does talk to him, doesn't he? It's his friend. They do science adventures together.
Yeah.
He's not a tool, he's a friend. A little Tyke's toolkit, yeah. Okay, let's take a pause here real quick. We are hitting the top of our stream hour, so it is time to take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you'll hang tight here just a second, we'll figure out what's inside that balloon. Be right back. Alrighty. We're done. Thanks for the celebrate, Soph. Feel properly concussed. I can get back into the story now. I don't think you read this line, did you?
However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear. We desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Have you heard of the Old West? Lasso us a balloon. Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
I have to admit, that was clever.
Clever.
So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Easier said than done, Mr. Naruhodo.
You should write visual novels.
I should write visual novels.
I had to explain the concept of a visual novel to my brother earlier, and I don't think it worked.
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method.
I don't think time's of the essence, so maybe we could try.
Like these arrows we found.
Do we have something to launch it though?
Films.
Sholmes?
I'll just javelin them up there.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Oh, are we carrying this around with us?
I think so.
Andrew!
We're going to solve this mystery with the power of friendship and this gun I found. Reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber. The man had only brought it away with him that day. He could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this.
Guys, be on the lookout for a one-eyed, one-shoed man.
One-eyed, one-shoed. Something's on the purple people
eater.
Oh, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows.
We've already looked at it, Mr. Sholmes. We know what it does.
What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon?
Ahead!
How? What the? Waxwork? Indeed it is. Waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model. Does that mean... Oh goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Soph. Excellent.
It's an anti-gravity device.
I mean, I feel like that helmet would be kind of heavy, so Yeah, it sort of is an anti-gravity device. Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. Case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely sold by not doing anything. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have it to settle her sizable account with me.
Iris could have dinner.
This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes.
But why is he here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. I'm responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it on step earlier today was none other than Enoch Breber. Tet is just head, so just without head.
Oh,
You probably
without
figured
head.
that out, but
I figured it was probably something to do with the head. Consider sans means like without. But
yep.
I wasn't quite sure what tet meant. Now I know.
This is incredible. Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction are
Inextricably gosh dang it. Inextricably
nailed it in one.
oh my god, they're indubitably intertwined. Why can't I say that word? Oh my, inextricably. Now I can't remember what the fucking word is.
I think that's it.
Oh my god, it was the word.
Ma'am,
I should write visual novels.
they're inextricably linked by Enoch Driver's workshop.
The waxwork hat has been entered into the court record.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Driver? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
Is he where you think he is? What?
What? And his location should be abundantly clear. We simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. You know, Drebber's right here, somewhere in this room? So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... safe? Look at all that mess in front of the safe.
Yes, plans and accounting ledgers.
Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to enter the contents of the safe, in fact.
Hmm. As if.
He's inside this anti-gravity device. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in there. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. Pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. The much we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Grubber
Is right here.
is at this very moment inside the safe.
Well, he doesn't have a gun.
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the topsy-turvy puzzle.
Yep, because you did it all by yourself.
All me, dedicated to you, Susuto.
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? Opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1...
432582.
I knew that. Alright, then here goes. I don't think it got relocked anyway.
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
You found me.
Hello, other Julia Droppy character.
Oh.
She also likes animatronics, is the thing.
This is a
And like
Julia
clockwork
Joffrey character.
stuff.
Yeah. I remember watching that one video where she's like, yeah, so I learned how to use, was it Blender?
Yeah.
Specifically for this one thing, it makes this beautiful Violet Evergarden. Or no, it wasn't Violet Evergarden, was it? It was inspired by Violet Evergarden, I think, but it was her in, like, a workshop.
It was involving one of those, yeah. Right, and sir, you're not Grubber, I presume?
Correct.
You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built.
Shy is losing their mind. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Testspells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate?
Your parcel? Is that a euphemism? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah! Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then. No! Mr. Sholmes! Only 7 seconds to spare!
That was too close for comfort. I got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer? I'll get us killed. Now everyone's gonna have white hair by tomorrow.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was shave.
Did that on purpose, didn't you? You're an adrenaline junkie.
I mean, yeah. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Doing all this right in front of the bomb the whole time. Yeah, okay, not only doing this in front of the bomb the whole time, but also doing this, taking our time, being incorrect, taking our time correcting him when we've assumed that Drebber has made a run for it. Like, it's also entertaining. Any gravity devices don't exist.
Ooh, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes.
You're about to have a Susanoo takedown if you say any more shit like that. She is stressed. Oh, let's talk. What happened here?
What on earth happened here?
You've found me, haven't you? No need to screw me. You've found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Grabber.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling?
Huh. That would have been me.
Oh!
For some reason, I woke in fine fiddle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
We also found a rope over by the wall.
Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe.
And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having for us this parcel ticking?
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
Why didn't you just have, like, a back door?
Maybe not necessarily the smartest villain.
Oh, death wish, have you? I'm right beside a ticking time bomb.
Well, I hid my safe, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
In fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
Huh. So it is.
It's like the emergency latches inside trunks.
Yeah.
I'd always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting an uninvited guest to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say your plan to blow us all up?
That's what I just said.
Thank you, Gregson, for catching up.
It's exactly what I just said. You daft idiot. No. No. That was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah,
I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance, and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Thanks, chums.
something wrong, Gregson?
Is something wrong, Gregson?
Why something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents we've already evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection.
Hello, other Julia.
When Julias collide. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Miss, well. Dr. Sith again. Scythe. Yep.
Yep.
To the forensic investigation team here.
And you know full well that this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
You're welcome. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. I am but a waxwork. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe?
I think Mr. Sholmes knows like everybody, to be honest.
Much to their chagrin.
He's sticking his nose in everybody's business.
Better his nose than something else, I guess. It's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face. You're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You
Get out.
But of course, we'll show ourselves the door, as you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo, carry me upon your shoulders. Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said, get out. Now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here. This lot disarmed. Inspector. So I'm giving you a chuckle, has it, Dripper?
So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Ginny? Yes. You did disarm. That's one. Eh, what are you... That one? You mean... Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Well... Alright.
it was an hour later that we heard the news. Of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever.
We
Yeah, but
continue.
that's like at least 2 more murders on you, so...
Yeah. At the very least, severe intent of bodily harm. Burb! Hello! Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. Playing the finals. What's the finals? I don't know if I've heard of that before. But hello, welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. We're playing, Soph and I are playing Great Ace Attorney tonight, so feel free to come in and kick back, you know, if you need to take a rest or and go to sleep or get some food and all that good stuff, please make sure you do that. But if you want to stay and stick around, please, by all means. We are doing fun voice acting stuff as well. Having a good time. Middle of the case. Oh, here we go. "24th October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Right,
Good morning to you, Miss Naruto.
enjoy your lurk, Bert. And yeah, okay. I almost switched the syllables around because I do that a lot. Enjoy your lurk, Bert. Thanks for the raid again.
Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Oh no, there's there's two of them now that live on Grand Delusions.
Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need to remain calm in the courtroom today.
Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but I... My dear fellows, I must interject.
That's not the word we use here, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, hmm?
I'm sorry, I've got a man who's being, you know, accused of murder to defend here. I don't have times to, you know, fulfill your praise kink, so scoot along now.
Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. I decided to employ a full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked at both cheeks. Which ones? Punched me and kicked me from the bed.
Don't say that! This is Iris we're talking about!
She poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my. Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of his fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. You didn't get yourself up.
Sorry to cut in.
I thought it might have been Iris.
I wasn't quite sure.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, I'm an expressing of this delightfully early hour. Will you give me head pats? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, I'm going to take that insult line down, Professor. What? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
With the little secret tag on it.
What paperwork? She all updated autopsy.
Thanks.
Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday.
Oh, is this why we're supposed to praise you?
I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives.
Thank you, Gregson.
It's the Professor's autopsy report. Why
That-
do you...
Oh my god, there's another fucking moth in here? Is it a moth? No, it's a bug, isn't it? Maybe it is a moth. I'm tired of bugs in my room. I'm so tired of bugs in my room.
If they sent him to the gallows, why do they need an autopsy report?
Don't know. That mass murderers.
Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy and or royalty. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Is his name in there?
I sure hope so. The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Let me look at it now.
That does remind me we never looked at the camera.
Oh no, we haven't looked at the camera, have we? We'll look at that here in a second. Of course.
That's a great autopsy report. Thank you. Very helpful.
Thanks. Courtney Stevens.
We know her under a different name.
I'm sorry, what?
We know her under a different name.
We do?
Courtney is the name of Scythe.
Oh, yeah.
This does look very strong, doesn't it? Just give me a good 1 minute, my dear fellow.
Yeah, sure. Please, just open it.
There's definitely no way you can remove them.
Sorry. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know. Starting to make me livid, actually. Wasn't the man in an iron mask something? I don't remember what that was from.
And the Iron Mask. Maybe? I don't know. My first thought goes back to the Iron Lady, but that has nothing to do with actual iron.
Yeah.
Mr. Naruto, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless.
Just go up the side up the side of the mask.
Ryunosuke inventing the Geneva Convention.
It could be worse, Mr. Naruto. It could be a springlock suit. Well,
Yeah?
yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Just full of feelings! Oh, right. Sorry.
Feels exciting. Oh. Where's the
Looks
mouse?
like it's blushing.
It kinda does, doesn't it? Does Senpai think I'm kawaii desu even in this iron mask?
There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery.
It seems
Seems
rather,
rather ironic. Nope, that was you, yep.
doesn't it?
A little too ironic. But clearly, Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist.
Is it? Nothing else exciting? What a wonderful machine!
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh yes! Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
Also the Julia character.
I have to know how it works.
That's worrying.
I understand that sentiment, though. Wanting to take apart machinery and see how the inner workings and gears mesh together.
Yeah.
Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch.
Or Professor Mikitoba.
Look, Mr. Naruto.
What is it?
On the bellows just here. Seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually.
Nah, it's probably just ketchup. Oh.
It's a spade.
It's a spade? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
If anything, that would be more like a heart, Mr. Naruto. Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking.
The details of the camera have been updated in the court record.
Oh, look, the cover came open.
Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Are we allowed to just open that in a normal room?
I know, I was just thinking that, but neither of them seemed too concerned.
Ryunosuke I would understand. He wouldn't understand how it works.
Yeah.
So. Something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
What a pity. I suppose if you think about it. This wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the white surface of the actual person.
Or is it?
The professor was wax all along. Which, given that Drebber is like 90% automaton at this point, maybe.
Honestly, right? Steampunk androids.
Ah, yes. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the new world of Steam.
The next Leighton Wright crossover!
That's gonna be the big reveal for the new game.
That's what it's gonna be.
Yep. They're gonna make 2 more of those and then release them as a trilogy.
No, see what they're gonna do? What they're gonna do? They're going to release Wright versus Leighton, and like what they did with Investigations, they're like, and we're bringing over Investigation 2 for the first time ever in the West. They're gonna be like, remember how we did that with Investigations? We are going to release Wright versus Leighton and bring over a brand new game never yet seen between Naruhodo Ryunosuke and a Leighton relative.
That's the next crossover I know that will happen.
Exactly. We gotta be hopeful. I was hopeful
It
for.
needs to, because it was
Yeah!
a really neat concept of a game.
It
It was
was.
like the story too.
I really want to play it. Hi, Lily. Hydrate? Yeah, I do a
Oh.
hydrate. Welcome in.
Thirsty. I have to keep drinking water during the stove power hour that we got going on in this antechamber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had hopes. I had hopes after they released the original trilogy on Steam that they'd bring Apollo over. I'm like, please bring Apollo over so I can stream it. And they brought Apollo over with all the, the other 2 afterwards. And I was like, yes! And afterwards I was like, please bring the Investigations over and bring 2 with it, please! And guess what they did? They brought 1 and 2 Investigations over, so now it's time for Capcom and... oh gosh, I forgot the other studio. Whatever the other studio is, to handshake emoji once again and re-release it. And then bring...
Level 5.
Level 5 Capcom, level 5 handshake emoji once again to bring it over, because there's no way in hell I'm paying $200 US for a fucking cartridge. Did you read this line?
So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Of course, this goes on. She looks devastated.
He couldn't see what his real identity was.
Still concerned about the blood, though.
Don't worry about it. See?
It's got the plus and minus on it.
It does have a plus and minus on it. Maybe in preparation for New World of Steam, level 5 will even make a Professor Layton collection and include the crossover. I don't know. We can be hopeful.
They could at least do collection sans crossover.
Yeah. That'd be nice. I think I was talking last stream that it'd be fun to revisit Layton games. I just don't have the time to want to revisit games when I have new games I want to play.
Yeah. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide.
Yes, I've never seen anything like it.
you're to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. No?
I don't know about thick skin so much as thick skull.
He is alarmingly sensitive.
There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as you well know. Not only that, but an accurate one at that.
Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely.
Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Bass, you've been examined. Okay, we looked at everything now. Back to Grayson.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly Lord of the Yard is doing all we can. Shout of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
Thanks, Gregson.
Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in here today, will he? Trevor,
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I owe you both so much.
Counsel and defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
This is it then. The final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little.
Little do you know, Yunosuke, this is not the final chapter.
My heart's going doki doki.
Literature club? Don't join that club.
Yes. No?
No. I recommend against it. Especially for Yunosuke. Probably not very good.
Yeah. He can't read.
Damn. I'm Yunosuke Naruhodo, I'm 23 years old and I never learned how to fucking read.
I've felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for.
That happened in every trial.
Yeah. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. My love for Herlock Sholmes. I mean, finding the truth.
I mean, my love for Barack Van Zykes. I mean, my love for Herlock Sholmes. I mean, my love for Barack Van Zykes. I mean, finding the truth. 24th October, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again.
Unfortunately. It just seems like he's so dreaded to be here.
Holy fucking shitballs, just every day with you guys.
We're doing a Rufus Judge. Also, hi Alan. Welcome in.
We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. The captures for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed.
Oh. Just sit up. Oh no, Judge, don't go swimming. I've been swimming lately. Don't go swimming. I mean, my love for Sholmes. I mean, my love for Vince. I mean, my love for the Master Apprentice. I mean. Get together, Venusuke. The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. Promise? Lord Ben Zykes has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Ben Zykes?
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side. I didn't know you had friends.
He's not a friend. He's an apprentice. Yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
They gave this man a new sword.
No, Karma! Cosmo truly is soulless now. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
And to open all my bottles. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it.
The way he holds himself. The way he moves. Could be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but... Oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands the court made yesterday. They, the prosecution, tracked down Trevor all by themselves. Good job to the prosecution.
Court adjourned. I gotta go.
I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. You, the prosecution, who tracked him down.
Yes, my lord. It was I who caught the man and detained him. And definitely, found him. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
I even disarmed a time bomb all by myself with my eyes closed. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
I forgot about this man! Wait! To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen what's said on both sides of the fence and settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. All parties are ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Van Dyke.
Objection! We've hit the top of our stream hours, so it's time for us to actually take a real quick break to keep the pre-roll ads off for you guys. So, if you'll hang tight just a moment, we'll let Ben Zeiss get started just after this. Be right back. Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrity. So, it's really the best way to get in character for him? Yeah. You know, you've got to have a tuning...
Welcome back.
You have to have a tuning phrase. You have to have a tuning phrase. I don't know if you know too much about Seiyu's Chai, but when I just think of a tuning phrase, it makes me think of, like, all the Japanese seiyus that would, they had, like, their own, what's the word? Impersonation of Shotaro Morikubo. And the other tuning phrase was to start making, like, goat noises. Just tune into his voice to do their impression of him. Okay, thanks for the celebrates, guys. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Okay, let Lauren Van Zeitz proceed. See if I can get my voice low. I do not know who that is or why it needs to be a goat, but I love that. Oh, I'll share it to the Discord leader. It's great. You'll understand why it has to be a goat. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons.
Was what?
Don't hold that gun when you get shocked like that, my dude.
This is an outrage. An oatmeal outrage.
This is an outrage?
Yes. Yes, I've heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I didn't read it, as I don't know how.
You can join Runescape.
I read the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. They don't say smithereens, and I don't know if that's a cultural thing or if it's like...
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know the etymology of smithereens. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, terrible business.
I don't think anyone should be setting up shop in there, my lord.
He didn't destroy the evidence, did he?
That Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
The post-explosion photograph has been entered into the court record.
Foolish Enoch Grubber, you've simply given me more evidence.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Suspension for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
Read that.
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. It's an unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. What was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control?
As Lord Van Zex rightly says, this is a very different trial now.
Don't use my words against me.
The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, Counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmund. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back?
You tell me.
The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zykes, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation, hard to pin down, I would say. I forgot his cards. Such a good animation.
The file indicates you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. Give it back.
But that has no bearing on this trial. I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say
He's lying.
the experiment was modified? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. You're the one that blew it up, though.
We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate compliment group.
You established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during it. Did Cosmo just disappear and reappear again? Well, I feel like Vin Sykes, I think, leaned forward and like, the table with his objection. I don't know if Cosmo was there or not, but it felt like his presence was at least a lot more there after Vin Sykes stood back up, if he wasn't there to begin with.
It looks like he... Yep. That was weird. I went and watched because I was on a delay.
Yeah.
When he was leaning forward, he wasn't there. But then when he leaned back, he was. But they panned the camera back and forth in such a way that it's harder to notice.
Yeah, I noticed it first off. I was like, wait a second. Did he just leave and come back?
He got scared when Van Zykes banged on the table.
Loud noises make me scared.
He got weak in the knees and collapsed to the floor.
All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by the means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more.
But
Smack.
we procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, now give your formal testimony. Ha, I'm neurodivergent. You don't know the limits to my procrastination. About the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the Great Exhibition.
Understood. The Kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would require a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow?
A body double? Or something made of wax.
Ah, that goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with the fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings.
To my understanding, this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. Such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Today's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it is true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than machines. No, more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If my hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was...
An unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder, carried out by misuse of the science?
Counter with advantage. Cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Okay.
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Esmond himself?
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers. That's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So why did Mr. Esmond approach you in particular then?
He saw my trophy from when I was 7 years old that I got from the Royal Society. Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering.
Not to mention excellence in fraud.
That is not an award, my dear.
My dear.
I don't know why that was the first thing that came out, but it was.
It's another male character. He has to refer to Ryunosuke as such.
Indeed, maybe that's it was meant to be. It was not an accidental faux pas. It was intended. It had to be that way. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that.
You might.
You could say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other.
It's clear that you've both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. Dang, I don't want to agree with Trevor, but I do, on that point at least. That has been me since I was very small. I must overthink the situation and analyze it, what could go wrong with the situation, what information should I need to know before I enter the situation so I don't make a fool of myself. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
Possibility that we have to explore.
Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So, there's really nothing left to explore. Is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a time explosion device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining. I hear.
You must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
Of course, that's it. Mr. Esmond was a twin.
Inosuke. Did you not hear me when I said this the first time, you dumb Nipponese learned idiot?
That... what?
I don't know.
Dumb Nipponese learned idiot.
Yep. Don't question how I randomly come up with words tonight. I can't improv today.
Alright.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. I'm spending too much time with Sholmes.
You're just gonna give me many things at once to tell it. Yep, indeed. The demonstration could have been a trick. If there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So, it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports, from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. Birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise.
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Speculation. Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers. You know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obviously that he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny. So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems.
Or a truth that we've done at least quite enough.
I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. This is her voice. You pathetic man! Don't let him tell you off like that!
He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't.
Dang.
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. Did we bring the blueprints with us?
I don't think we did. I
We
don't-
saved them and then left them behind.
Yeah. Shake my head. We just see the hole in this. Maybe that'll be relevant later.
No one's really said, hey, why is that there?
They do that a lot, though. Conveniently avoiding. Oh man! Do you see the explosion there? Do you see the fucking bolt of light coming straight towards the camera?
You didn't.
I did not.
But I'm thinking back to the last game where there was that broken lamp that
Right? Nobody ever
mentioned.
talked about, yeah. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we'll have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand. This man in the stand. There's a lot of rhyming going on in that, actually.
Mr. Assman,
With
this
Mr.
man.
Houston. Yeah. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zyke's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor?
Oh, we came to the beginning. Whoops. Click through. I've already done this. Quickly now, Trevor! Okay. Blueprints, no trick. What do we have? Andrew. Where do we look? Camera. Graffiti. Waxwork. On top. I will have to wonder how that piece of evidence is going to be helpful at all.
A date, I guess, maybe, is the only thing I can figure.
Maybe? Or Dr.
'Cause
Scythe?
that's the only thing that was really new.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know why I glossed over the thing that I pointed out, but
Yeah. Me, Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens, you know who that is, right? No. I don't remember.
it
Enlighten
could be
me.
a different Courtney, because there's definitely
No.
characters with the same first name in this game.
There's only ever one Courtney in the world, okay? And it's Courtney Scythe. There can't be any other Courtneys. It's illegal. Our body doubles to tell me that the victim have a twin.
I don't know if it's a point C situation.
I know, I feel like it's a point C situation. But I've been thinking on this for too long now. And whenever I have those inklings that I've been thinking on for too long now, it's always a point C situation. There's that glass. That ice chunk looking glass.
Yeah.
Professor Waxwork, it appeared to be from the Crystal Tower. Just don't. Oh, go back. Is that the last one? It is the last one. Blood Silence. Blood Science is the last one. One year ago. Blueprints that constructed the machine to its precise specification, it was no trick. It would require a body double to tell me that the victim have a twin. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear but their heads and then crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built flawed somehow. Oh no, there's more bugs in my room! God damn.
You need like a bug trap of some kind.
Something. I think what the problem is, I just need to make a better like insulating gap. So we put that we put the window AC unit in my room. I think there must be small gaps that the bugs are crawling in through, and I'm upset. I'm upset. I've killed like 3 moths this week, and there's another moth in here, and there's a weird bug that looks kind of like a wasp. I don't think it's a wasp, but it looks kind of like one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've not been stung yet. But I'm tired of the moths dive bombing me in the middle of the night. That's a weird ad-lib? Ad-lib? What's a weird ad-lib? I don't think I've ad-libbed recently. What do I want to say? What do you want me to say, Drebber? What do you want me to say?
What do you want from me?
I don't know, this just, this one. This line just feels so cocky, like, huh, you can't get me. That there's a lot of bugs? That's an ad-lib? I was just making comment because another bug has invaded my room and there's 2 that are flying up against my ceiling and concerning me. Yeah, this line just feels so... Haha, you can't get me, so I'm going to specifically state what happened type of thing, you know? But... I don't know what to do with this. I don't know what to do with the information that we have.
I feel like there's a misunderstanding in terms of what ad-lib means, and I'm not sure if it's me or Asfer that's getting it wrong at this point.
You know, I'm not gonna think about it too hard. Autopsy. Brittany's scythe. Fall. Andrew! You have been stabbed into someone's likely heart. Ah! It's broken at the bottom here. If it fell head first, then wouldn't it be cracked up here? One would assume. But then again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Did he say anything?
Well, I think the crack where it got shot was my assumption.
I'm sorry, what?
The crack at the bottom is where it got shot was my assumption.
That's true. Fine. Okay, let's make a save. I think we should try that. But this one says heads first. Yeah, damage to his base. That's in the description, so. Haha.
We've examined the birdcage that crashed on the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, that's a weird phrasing, has sustained damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
Look closely here at the evidence.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Only GAAA in orange. The rest is nonsense. Not important.
What is orange supposed to signify at that point?
Sorry, what?
What is orange supposed to signify? Like, emphasis?
I don't know. It might just be the running gag because he has a lot of things that he talks about that are emphasized in orange.
Maybe. Maybe it makes more sense in Japanese.
Maybe, I don't know.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates they crashed tail first into the tower.
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. And, you know, broken spine.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level. Which is approximately 18 meters. Thanks, Susto. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos were notoriously unreliable.
The victim's neck was broken.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. I can't laugh like that. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually.
He wasn't quiet for long.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Sykes. This one is clearly a swindler, one who deceived a personal friend of his.
Going to establish the deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here.
Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What? Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Nobody gets to go home until you figure it out. Mr. Draper, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth.
Of course. We must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
I nearly had him there.
It's a step in the right direction. Acunitas clearly took place, because there's nowhere else 30 feet high from the birdcage to have fallen from. I'm making a save just in case. I'm paranoid. I feel like we can easily refute that. With our fun little picture from our little Bavarian master. Oh no. Oh no.
Yep.
Well. We're just... Oh, okay. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back now. See, this is what happens. This is what happens whenever I feel confident. There's nowhere else 30 feet high from the birdcage to have fallen from.
What did you present?
I'm sorry, what?
That didn't work? What did you present?
I presented the photograph of the balloon.
Oh. What about the burnt canvas?
I don't know if I feel strongly about it, but I'll try. We have a save. Go back. Yeah, let's just press it. Let's see where it goes from there.
What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was live on stage in front of the audience.
There are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true.
And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. A difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location for which the— oh gosh dang it! No other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. There you go. You can't use that. That's an Edgeworth's word. The victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
stringent scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh,
Damn
yes.
stupid.
It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes.
Oh, oh shit. Wrong button. Will I remember the buttons and what they do? Never. Please hasten with your animations, please. Okay. No, don't. Stop. Stop, are you kidding me? Can't talk about this dang picture here. What do you want me to do? I don't know if it's just strange, but... Oh, he's standing- okay, I was looking at him the wrong way. I'm like, Mr. Aspen seems a lot more rotund than he was last time. What's the answer then? Little Florida stage has been blown up by the explosion. The shooting crashed down with the victim inside and the crystal tower causing damage to its base. I'll take the hit, because then we'll have to go through all that stuff again. Thanks, Judge. Reconsider this. I'm trying to think clearly on this. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. You want from us, Trevor? Fall from. Being exploded moments after she took this shot. I swear, if it's one of these things that we printed in earlier and we just had to talk it through first, I'm going to be very upset. I'm gonna say Okay. Feel a little bit better. Yep. Yep. Okay. I'm relenting. I'm going to our favorite little spoiler-free walkthrough. Because I don't know what he wants! What do you want, Trevor? Turn the Great Departed Soul, Investigation Trial Part 1, Investigation Part 2, Trial Part 3. Broken off base, investigate it? Are you kidding? Ridiculous.
This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. That's nice. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. It fell about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Renosuke, I don't know that you need to make that correction when you're the only one who needs it. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. Same distance of 30 feet.
No.
Well, it appears that a fact is a possible explanation put forward. Go ahead, Counsel. Make my day. Yes, my lord, of course. You indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. Alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Wow. I wonder where that might be.
If it had fallen from here, the birdcage would have plummeted the same 30-foot distance. Wouldn't it have been on top of the platform?
Perhaps, yes. Hope it's not gonna screw me over. That's my learned friend's claim. I suggest he demonstrates for the court. Personally.
Huh?
No.
I'll consider this a parting gift, Counsel.
No.
I feel like I've just hit the deck from 30 feet up anyway now. Don't give me recourse to make the next fall from 60 feet up, hmm? You're going to keep the place.
That. Please be there.
The place I'm referring to is here. Wretch. The birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. What we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Council. Turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above the ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, see, it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and birdcage were engulfed in steam for the summer sale.
Apologists, please be 50% off.
At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, which we can kind of see from the picture, this birdcage and the one seen in the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Multiple bird cages.
That's a lot of birds.
My learned friend, there's no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance?
Contrivance.
My learned friend, there's no evidence that the stage has such a contrivance in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the grid that formed the floor of the machine is undone. You mean those things that look like hinges were hinges all along?
Amazing!
If I was an investigator, that would have been like one of the first things I looked at.
This is Ace Attorney, though. We're not an investigator, we're a lawyer.
I know!
Maybe,
I've seen their investigators and they're bad at it.
maybe it'll be
That's why
better
the
with
whole
that
Sunday
Jordan.
style thing started. Sorry. So I talked over you like 3 times.
I'm sorry, what?
I think I talked over you like 3 times.
Oh, it's fine. I think I was saying something along the lines of like, maybe Edgeworth will do better investigating.
Here's hoping.
Here's to hoping.
We need Layton back. He knew stuff about things.
A proper English gentleman.
A true gentleman leaves no contrivance left uninvestigated. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. Defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated. Immediately. Mr. Driver. It was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out its deception. The Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. and laid the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Rubber. But I still don't know your fucking fun with your name. He's doing the robot.
What?
He's doing the robot.
He's doing the robot. I love that animation. It's so good. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly, but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water, or even wine for that matter. On 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. Not very well, though.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with that crossbow. It doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. The second flaw in your assertion. Yeah, the assistant. Yeah, you know, I'm sure making those animations and adding an additional, like, I guess, thoughts to them are probably so much easier whenever they're 3D like this now.
Yeah.
Versus having to shoehorn or rework or make an entirely new animation to include a second party. Is a distinct lack of motivation. Or motive, excuse me. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
He didn't want to split the money.
Yeah?
A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself?
I'm sorry, Yunosuke, that's your job. I have here a contract provided by the witness.
Contract is this, Lord Van Zykes?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Aspen. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all Oh no, it's this word again. I hate this word. Mr. Drebber is to receive...
I always thought it was different.
What was different?
I thought it was... Unless there's 2 different words that are spelled very fucking similar.
Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. It's not a lot.
30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
Oh, and you can have a greater amount. Mm.
But there is one very important provision bolted into the clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. There it is! In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done so as you suggest is nil.
Ooh,
Critical hit. Okay.
eh,
I'm going to cut in because we have an ad that we have to do real quick. And then we'll probably wrap it up somewhat soon because it's getting late. But
yep.
let's do our ad break here real quick, just so we don't get cut off halfway through a thought. We'll be right back, so hang tight. Alrighty. You want to continue this for another few minutes and see if we can get to like a slight topic change?
Yeah.
Thanks for the celebrate.
Yeah.
Thank you for the celebrate as well, as far.
Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Old man sakes, you will submit the contract as evidence, please?
Jebber's contract has been entered into the court record.
It's true. Jibber had an opportunity to switch the birdcage on the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There's one aspect to your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So, I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto. And I've no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion. Oh, that are undeniable truths too, I think it said. Asman is the professor. Maybe.
Well, it would seem the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
I knew it. I was about to say, don't you start laughing like that again. I can't laugh like that. Huh. I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. And instead, my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet, we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. We can't observe the ass man more, he's dead. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Trevor. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Most circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. It was the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Trevor had an accomplice.
An accomplice now. Well, then I presume. You're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. These accusations turn out to be false. Make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander.
Well, counsel? Do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. Lying by the seat of my pants? Never. I don't know for sure if Trevor had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So, what's my stance going to be? Did Trevor have an accomplice, or not?
I think we're gonna leave it on that because that's such a concrete point of where we got to. And is asking a very direct question. I think will be easy. Are you waiting to name the accomplice? Never mind. Yeah. Tune in next week. It was you all along.
Tune in as Michi tries to pry Soph away from Dawn's rail.
Is that the new update?
Yeah.
Yep. I'll figure it out one way or another. Can't do next week.
Don't worry about the fact that I intend to keep doing Ace Attorney even next week. So, because she wants to keep doing, she's been playing Cinderella Phenomenon in Tome.
Yeah.
And she wants to make more progress on that, so I figured that she could do that while we're doing Ace Attorney.
It's a good day to do that. But yes, we will leave it on that, so tune in next week to find out who the accomplice might be. Let's see, is anyone even on right now? I don't really know if anyone's even on.
Lan?
Lan is on. He's been going for almost 9 hours though.
I don't know how long he's going for. Because this is like his birthday stream. He's doing an early birthday stream.
Let's see. Okay, it looks like they're still drawing and doing stuff, so that might be a good choice to do there. Yes, yes, yes. Community treasures Soph. Everybody treasures Soph. If you don't treasure Soph, get out of here. You're not welcome.
Damn.
I said it here first. Soph's my friend. If you don't treasure him, you don't appreciate him, get out. You're not welcome in this community. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. More next week on the Nucci show. Nucci. That sounds weird.
Because Michi model.
I know, but still Nucci. Nucci to the whole. I don't know. I don't like it in my mouth. Okay, bye, and I'm back. New cheese. No, I'm not new cheese. I don't know. I had to think of a cute name for this model. Some sort of pun, I'm sure. If boss doesn't appreciate me, can we get rid of him? He's not welcome in this community. If he ever shows up, I'll kick him out for you, so. If I ever meet him, I'll kick him out. Okay, but yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and wrap up here. We're gonna write out to Flan, who is doing some, I think it was called Scribble.io or Scribble.io, with some friends. So he's doing some community games for an early birthday stream. Let's see, today is Thursday. Do I know what day of the week it is? Not usually. Today is Thursday, so our next stream is going to be this coming Saturday. Currently I have it scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening on Saturday, Eastern Time. You can check the schedule on our Discord, or also on Twitter, where I have the schedule posted. Michi, that's also so cute. What's so cute? What did I do?
It's two eyes, so it's Michi, but Roman numeral 2 in the middle.
Oh, okay, I see. I see. I would say I just like suddenly caps and just like I thought it was like how people come in sometimes are just like Michi. I was like, oh, what? That is cute though. Roman numeral 2. Had to keep that in mind. But yeah, so schedule, you can find the schedule on our Discord. if you want to join the Discord and come chat with people, or you can also find it on Twitter as well as the pinned tweet. I have it scheduled currently for 8 o'clock Central Time? No, I don't live in Central Time anymore. 8 o'clock Eastern.
For a while.
I know, I'm like, it's been like 9 months. Why did I default to that? Bro. But yeah, it's currently scheduled for 8 o'clock Eastern Time. I do have some other stuff going on in the earlier afternoon, and I'm not sure if we're traveling for it. But if anything changes, I'll keep you guys in the loop there. Thanks for putting the raid messages up there for Soph. So feel free to grab whichever one is applicable to you. You can pick the one with the Kita stars if you're just following and hanging out, and you can pick the one with the does not compute emote if you are sub to the channel. So please grab your raid message. And like I said, we are going to raid out to Flan. So thank you everybody for coming to hang out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream that we had for you tonight. I always enjoy hanging out with you, Soph, and doing Ace Attorney stuff. Always such a good time. So thanks for coming to hang out with me too. Yeah, so that's about it. Hope you guys have a great night. This is Michio signing off, and I'll see you guys again on Saturday. Good night, guys. Bye-bye.